取りするところを探そうとしてたら足が滑っちゃったの。
We actually grinding CZN for real? Yes, it's not a drill. We're finally getting this shit done. I will need to do some grinding first. Get some characters I feel like I'm gonna use a lot. Leveled up. Start with gonna have to start with Mika first.
これも入れて、あとこれも、これも入れて、あとこれも。はい、花嫁修行のお時間ですね。失敗した。私の不運は鋭い。艦長、失敗した。艦長、失敗して一番の。
Gonna miss the CZN stream. I'm not gonna stream for too long today. I don't think I'll stream. I don't want to stream more than like 3 hours tonight. I want to go to sleep early tonight because tomorrow's Thanksgiving and I want to get in some side hustle hours at the start during like the morning and like the early afternoon because some places are open on Thanksgiving, but they're not gonna stay up too late. Also, think, oh, do you still have work tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
切り倒し波紋のごとく。艦長、始末してやろう。見せてやろう。我々ホワイトアルカイド真の力を。
Hey, okay, welcome back. So it looks like you're over on YouTube chat there. Hey, Mikazar, welcome back. You want this getting gacha? Oh, and GFL 2, nice. I don't know how the GFL 2 gacha even works right now. I just downloaded the update, but that's all I've really done today. I assume the anniversary update will be tomorrow.
さて、切ってやろう。命令を好みを刀にして悪を殲滅します。これも入れて、ちょっとは成長したのでしょうか。花嫁修行のお時間ですね。
You are? It's only half a day. Oh, okay. That's better than a full day, I guess.
切り倒し、好みを刀にして。
Gonna have to update GFL3 tonight. Yep. Seeing some interesting info about Stellasaur pulling income. Somebody's from Reddit counted everything. It's about 60 pulls a month. Pity is 120. Feels like same as Blue Archive. Same up around 100 pulls in BA. But you get to see it yourself personally. The only question is how good the game will do after the initial release. But yeah, I guess we'll see. The fact that it got such a bad rap on global doesn't really help, but it's not like global is gonna carry the game anyway, so yeah, we'll see how well the Japanese, Koreans, and the Chinese support the game.
腹が減っては戦はできません。オーバー。艦長。命令を立ち上が
Left
る。
there, account transfer system. Forgot your code again. You do have to keep your code safe or in a place where you'll be able to remember it. Yeah. Doesn't change the fact that FGO's got a dog shit account transfer system. Always will, to be honest. Also, speaking of FGO, won't FGO have a stream for like their last audio call chapter? When was that stream?
さて、耐えられるかな。艦長、一番の
Or did they technically already do it? No, not yet. All the streams they've done recently are just like road to whatever the fuck. Not actual content.
私の不運は鋭い。命令を波紋のごとく。
Never mind about that.
切り倒し、好みを刀にして。失敗して。艦長、はっ。失敗して闇の力で。
Password managers a whole lot. Yeah, that's true. Honestly, I should use one. I'm just lazy. Too lazy to set one up. Classic American.
これも入れて、あとこれも。はい、準備できました。アクトさんで行きましょう。カワルスキー卿。落ち着いて、せーの、準備完了。艦長、私の不運は鋭い。失敗した。艦長、失敗した。私の出番、切ってやろう。撃ちます。さて、耐えられるかな。艦長、一番の苦痛を始末してやろう。熱々に燃え上がっています。オーバー。撃ちます。上に注意してください。落ち壊れスキー卿。これで撃ちましょう。はっ。撃ちます。落ち着い。このベロニカには夢があるんです。撃ちます。
Definitely have to work on getting getting Veronica a gear set. What are they called in this game? Memory fragments? I don't fuck they're called.
これでいいですよね。失敗して一番の苦痛を、一番の苦痛を。艦長、私の不運は鋭いんだ。落ち着いて行きましょう。失敗した。艦長、失敗して。艦長、はっ。撃ちます。私の出番、始末してやろう。撃ちます。撃ちましょう。集中。落ち着い。壊れスキー卿。これでいいですよね。切ってやろう。撃ちます。ほっ。私の出番、耐えられるかな。失敗して一番の苦痛を。何か悪党みたいなセリフを。思いつきません。これも入れて、あとこれも。はい、準備できました。行きましょう、カワルスキー卿。撃ちましょう。せーの、準備完了。落ち頭上に注意してください。さて、切ってやろう。撃ちます。撃ちましょう。カ 私の出番。艦長。撃ちます。落ち着いて終わるスピーカー。これでいいですよね。一番の苦痛を始末してやろう。さっきのはすごい攻撃でしたよね。耐えられるかな。
Almost got all them for his characters, just missing one. Hey, nice board player. Who are you missing? Out of curiosity. Also heard when some other sources got guides for what memory frags characters. Like, yeah, I expect so. It's kind of the gear of this game is. Hell yeah, CZN. Yeah, I'm gonna try to. What the hell? Oh, right. FG is a maintenance now for good. Ooh. I'm gonna try to grind some at least a little bit of it. Can't stay on too long today because I want to go to sleep a bit earlier today.
さて、始末してやろう。さあ、君たちに勝利を授けよう。
But yeah, board player, I'm missing Cerebro too, so when she comes back, I'll make sure to pull for her. Got the level 60 out of 65, got good options, few good options opened up for you. And DNA, right? Yeah, DNA. Run out of units again.
行きましょう。カワルスキーキャ。撃ちましょう。せーの。準備完了。艦長、一番の苦痛を。まあ、撃ちます。さっきのはすごい攻撃でしたよね。
Do you think CZN will end up like Reverse 1999 in a few months? In what way? Remember that I've never played Reverse 1999, so yeah, just keep that in mind. But like in what way would you say? Hasn't everyone played the first couple months and then just quit the game? Oh, that happens with every game. That happens with every gacha game that's not a super hyped up big production Chinese gacha. Anytime you get a anytime you get a gacha game that's not a big production Chinese gacha game with a PC client, well technically, you know, CZN also has a PC client, but like if it's not on the level of like say a Genshin, or a Star Rail, or Zenless, a Wuwa, it's always gonna that's just the kind of fate that befalls most gachas out there. Even for the better ones like CZN or Reverse 1999, they're gonna they get a lot of hype in the beginning, right? And when it comes out, a lot of people play it, right? But remember, a lot of streamers, at least if we're talking about content creators, a lot of content creators get sponsored to play it and then they just drop the game after. Because remember, most big gacha streamers out there only really give a shit about the big four. Anything that's a big production Chinese gacha game, because those are by far the most popular games, and so therefore they get the most amount of views streaming those games. So in terms of getting the bag, the big four and other like future big Chinese gacha games like that get a lot of attention and they know they can retain a lot of attention, those games will always be the favorites that gacha streamers and YouTubers make content out of. So not only so there's one side of it, just a lot of streamers who get paid to play these kinds of gachas, like CZN and Reverse, they just stop playing because it's not you know, they can't financially justify them continuing to stream the game outside of getting sponsored to fucking play them. Two, just naturally, just people just kind of people just kind of stop playing gachas. There's a honeymoon phase that all gacha games go through, where when they first come out, that's the most popular they'll ever be, and then once the honeymoon phase is done, that it's all downhill from there most of the time. Some games can manage to do like soft relaunches or whatever, like Zenless and Wuwa. That's how they're able to like regain a lot of the players they lost from the beginning. But usually most gachas don't do that. But yeah, the other side of the coin is simple honeymoon phase. Most people, when they pick up a gacha game, it's fun in the beginning. There's a lot to do in the beginning, but then as time goes on, as they go through a lot of the available content, right, and they get to the grind part of gacha games, where now it's all boring and shit. You gotta wait for content. You gotta log every day to clear your stamina and just grind up levels on your characters and shit. That's when people find gacha games really boring, and so they just drop the game. Hey Area, welcome back. Just started your daily gacha grind. Hey, that's good. But yeah, hope you enjoy the grind today. That's it, exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, just like I said, like quote unquote smaller gacha games like CZN and Reverse 99. This is just what's gonna happen. Everything I just said, that's just what's gonna happen for these kinds of games. Like whether you like it or not, that's every single time. Well, not every single time, but most of the time, this is what you can expect. So, like whether you like that's just kind of the nature of it. At least these kinds of games have enough players still playing them, so that way the developers can keep continuing to develop these games. Usually it's like the Chinese or the Japanese players, or Koreans too, I guess, for that matter, mainly helping to keep these sorts of gachas alive, because damn well the global players by themselves aren't gonna do shit. But if you're wondering, if you ask me that because you're worried about the future of CZN, I don't think you should be. I think CZN's gotten off on a good enough start where I think it'll last. It'll last for some time. I don't think you're gonna have to worry about it EOSing anytime soon. At least I certainly hope not. We'll see. Well, we'll see what we'll see what ends up happening just over the course of time. But for now, there's no reason why CZN is gonna suffer the same fate as, say, Black Beacon or some shit. I mean, yes, it's got its drama going on so far, but nothing that's been like terribly like, oh, it's gonna threaten to kill the game type shit. Not really. You see other people saying that the game will die and they get attacked for whatever reason. I mean, I don't advocate violence, or I don't advocate for harassing people who have bad takes, but that's a bad take. Doesn't change the fact that the people who think CZN will die are probably just full of shit. There's nothing to suggest that CZN is gonna die. Chaos Zero Nightmare, at least so far, seems to be a popular enough game. I don't really see why. I don't see the signs that point to CZN dying or anything. So yeah, not sure what those people are up to, are not sure what those kinds of people are talking about. I don't know what kind of glue they're sniffing, but I think this game will be okay. Again, at least for now.
に注意してください。
私ので切ってやろう。始末してやろう。
撃ちます。撃ちましょう。集中。艦長、一番の苦痛を。撃ちます。落ち着い。このベロニカには夢があるんです。一番の苦痛を。まあ、さっきのはすごい攻撃ですよね。今回の攻撃は体力ある限り防御を重ねないと危険です。
Whose deck am I farming? Nobody at the moment. I'm just grinding some XP, try to get my Mika to level 50. Because I know I'll probably be relying on her for some fights. But I'll probably start off farming Tressa decks because Tressa's my favorite character in the game. So I'll probably start with her. Afterwards, I'll probably farm Khaleep's because I find myself maining Khaleep a lot.
さて、全員戦列を始末してやろう。
落ち着い。壊れスキーキャン。これでいいで撃ちます。撃ちましょう。集中。艦長、一番の苦痛を。何か悪党みたいなセリフを思いつきません。これも入れて、あとこれも。はい、準備できました。行きましょう、コアルスキー卿。落ち着いて。せーの、準備完了。失敗して一番の苦痛を。撃ちます。
Reducing the cost of units from 50 to 60 by 80% soon. Hey, well, I wonder if that'll convince Mr. Pokey to fucking start farming CZN characters now. Or is he still gonna be a little bitch and not farm them anyway?
私の耐えられるかな。
失敗して一番の苦痛を。落ち着いた。集中。一番の苦痛を。
始末してやろう。
撃ちます。
さて、耐えられるかな。
失敗して。
Must be a new fetish, being a cuck that triggers people now on the internet. While I do agree that I think it was a gross overreaction by the Korean players from that one animation in what Stellus or whichever game. You guys know why the Koreans are so fucking triggered, right?
お守りが効いたのかな。よかった。 て、あとこれも。はい準備できました。行きましょうコワルスキー卿。撃ちます頭上に注意してください。落ち着せーの準備完了。
さて耐えられるかな。
撃ちます。撃ちましょう。このベロニカには夢があるんです。一番の苦痛を
始末してやろう。
撃ちます。完璧です。落ち着いコワルスキー卿。これでいいですよね。撃ちます。艦長、私の不運は鋭く失敗した。艦長失敗した。撃ちます。終わらない苦しみの中で全部消えて。撃ちましょうコワルスキー卿。これでいいですよね。失敗して艦長撃ちます。
私の出番耐えられるかな。
失敗して一番の苦痛を一番の苦痛を。
さて始末してやろう。
艦長撃ちます。落ち着いコワルスキー卿。これでいいですよね。
私の出番耐えられるかな。さて切ってやろう。
撃ちます。失敗した。私の不運は鋭い。艦長失敗した。艦長失敗して艦長一番の苦痛を一番の苦痛を。お守りが効いたのか。
Don't know how accurate your understanding is, though. It's mostly on point. Missing, I think, a few details here and there, but I think for the most part, just as a summary, I think it's fine.
これも入れて、あとこれも。はい準備できました。行きましょうコワルスキー卿。
What are you missing? Specifically, the detail that I'm pretty sure that I know is that involved in the whole like feminist versus whatever. Just to dig into the whole feminist part, there was a whole ass cult named what, the Magnolia cult or whatever. Basically, extreme fucking feminists who did some heinous fucking shit, like kidnap baby boys and fucking murder them and type shit. Like they're a fucking infamous extreme ultra extreme feminist group, and yeah, people fucking hate them. Yeah, I would suggest you don't look up what they don't look up the type of shit they've done. Not for the faint of heart. It's like, on one hand, it's like, yes, I get that it's annoying having to deal with the Korean players. You know, anytime they see that little fucking gesture thing, that they go fuck, like it activates them like they're fucking sleeper agents. Like, I get that it's annoying, but like the more you read into it, the more you realize, oh wait a minute, huh? So there's a reason why they go fucking ballistic over this, huh? Ayo Senalava, welcome back. I'm sure even I'm missing a couple details there too. It's a you probably already guessed it yourself, but that whole situation is a whole fucking rabbit hole. That when you go in there and you go down deep enough, when you come out, you know, will you be the same person as before you went in? It's a good question.
これも入れて、あとこれも。
Okay, Mika's level 50 now.
はい、準備できました。
Combatants. Oh yeah,
これ
let's
も
get
入
the
れ
level
て、
50 reward.
あとこれも。
Okay, how did I farm for decks again? Was it chaos? No. Go to event here. And then what? This place. Let's see. I think it's chaos, right? I have to do story first. People psyoped you into thinking it's just Korean player insecurities and that's it. If your only sources for gacha information are retards like Sticks, then sure, yeah, that's bound to happen. But that's typical fucking ignorant fucking dog shit retard American behavior. Can we only use Yuki here?
さーて。
We talk about the gesture that triggered people in the Koreans and gacha slightly tangential point of conversation.
どこへ行くつもり？ 逃げられるかな？ああ、もう捕まったね。はい、残念。
どうして一瞬で。
特殊事件捜査。
逃 ユッシティア号の副官
Should picked up some snacks before Thanksgiving. No skip button. Nope. For some reason, this game does not have a skip button. You can tell Smilegate really wanted to make their own fucking Hoyo game. At least it has a fast forward button, so it's better than nothing. But yeah, no. No straight up skip button, unfortunately.
Yuki っていう人
Thanksgiving today or tomorrow for me. Yeah, in about an hour.
Hi. Primonium って
Yet Epic 7 has one. I mean, is that exactly, you know, surprising? Honkai Impact has a skip button, but Genshin doesn't. There was a skip button during CBT. Fucking pussy.
命令に従います。
待機中いつでも行けるわ。
指示をお願いします。
うちに守ってもらえて嬉しいよね。ちゃんと見てなさい。うちのバッタじっとしててね。
命令に従います。私が盾になります。
うちに守ってもらえて嬉しい。うちのバット肩鳴らしと行こっかな。うちに守ってもらえて嬉しいよね。うちのバットちゃんうちに守ってもらえて嬉しいよね。うちのバットちゃんとバット待機中いつでも行けるわ。全てをかけて。
No idea what that just did.
指示をお願いします。決して倒れません。
いつでも行けるわ。うちに守ってもらえて嬉しいよね。肩鳴らしと行こっかな。バット待機中いつでも行けるわ。待機中いつでも行けるわ。待機中いつでも行けるわ。待機中全てをかけて。
命令に従います。指示をお願いします。
いつでも行けるわ。
鋼の嵐よ。
待機中
Excited for a day off. Am I gonna take it off or grind a side hustle? Nah, grind a side hustle. Part of the reason why I'm only gonna stream for a little bit today, tonight, and go to sleep early. It won't be too long. I'm not expecting it to be like a full ass day. I'm just gonna hit the hours where I know that a couple stores in the area are gonna be open on Thanksgiving Day. So I'm just gonna service that, and then once it gets past a certain point, I'm just gonna come back home. So it'll be like maybe like a half day, maybe.
逃げられるかな。ああ、もう捕まったね。
Have you been logging on dailies to DNA or nah? Nah, I haven't even really been logging on because like since you can grind all the characters in DNA for free, like what is the rationale for logging in every day? Like why would I care? Like logging in every day and doing dailies, it would just give you gems for like the skin gacha, right? But I don't give a shit about the skin gacha. So, it's like whatever.
うちに守ってもらえてうれじっとしててね。どう？何か見える？
So yeah, no mid piece. Haven't really touched DNA. I've been saving my DNA progress for on stream, so that way y'all can see my reactions and see me form my own opinion of DNA live on stream.
いつでも行けるわ。すべてにかけて。待機中。戦術起動。いつでも行けるわ。待機中。慈悲なんてないわ。いや。
It gives trial XP and secret letter clues, kind of important for grinding characters and dupes. I get that, but wouldn't you be able to grind for every character's dupes eventually anyway?
刀らしと行こっかな。うちのバットちゃんとうちに守ってもらえてじっとしててね。
DNA does give you double drop boosters, some in-game currency, and some other resources are clearing daily. Secret letters is what lets you farm for your character's dupes, but not for every character though. Oh, right, yeah. I remember you saying something like that.
うちに守って刀らしと行こっかな。刀らしと行こっかな。バットうちのバット ちゃん血に守ってもらえていつでも行けるわ。待機中戦術起動知りなさい。うちが思ってたファーストの記事んあそこんこの
モンスターの死体ですね。
Letters bought from a shop are easy enough to be duped to max. Characters from weekly boss not so much. Even then, and then even less. The latest characters can be a thing from current game modes. Current endgame game mode. Basically, cycle characters from endgame mode into weekly boss, then into shop. Okay.
泥棒の立場になって
プリモニウムを入れていたケースです。
資源トンネルが特殊事件捜査部の誇り捜査に関ここでうちらは
I swear the way Yuki laughs is very, not exactly, but very similar to how Ruby the streamer laughs. What the hell is Nayuta from Nikke doing here? Hey Yuki, those look heavy. Need a hand? Oh, there's the Chizuru girl that they're dripping on Twitter, I think.
素直連れて
Asuna from Blue Archive?
あいつはあの時うちの前で
Does that girl have like a mid covering? Maybe. With how her outfit is? Possibly.
形が変わった いつでも行けるわ。これでいいかしら。うちのバットちゃんと見届けなさい。引きちぎってやる。待機中。いつでも行けるわ。
慈悲なんてないわ。
行くわ。うちに守って。うちのバットちゃんと見てなさい。うちに守ってバット。うちのじっとしててね。
Hey, Robo, welcome back. How's the grind going? Going pretty good so far. Just starting to grind some CZN tonight.
うち肩慣らしと行こっかな。肩慣らしと行こっかな。じっとしててね。引きちぎってやる。引きちぎってやる。引きちぎってやる。うちのバットちゃんとバット引きちぎってやる。待機中。うちに守って。いつでも行けるわ。
慈悲なんてないわ。
はっ。行くわ。
Have you spent on CZN yet? I did buy the battle pass and the monthly pass, yes. No, like actual gem packs though.
逃げられるかな。
But yes, I decided that I like CZN enough where I can justify buying the battle pass and the monthly pass at the very least. Though to be fair, on the battle pass I'm very behind because obviously I haven't really been able to grind much. So all I've been doing really are just doing like big dailies and like basic weeklies, and that's it. So I'm pretty sure I'm pretty far behind the battle pass, and we only have like I think a week left on it, maybe not even that much. Wonder if daily BP are worth it. Typically, daily passes and then the monthly passes and the battle passes are usually always worth it. I've yet to come across a gacha where I feel like the battle pass wasn't worth it for some reason. If you don't pull a lot in CZN, the battle pass is also definitely worth it because you know how in most gacha battle passes, right, they offer like some sort of like weapon that you can get at battle pass level 30 or something, right? Like literally every battle pass does something like that, with I think maybe the exception of DNA or something. But CZN's no exception, where at level 30 you gain the game lets you choose one out of like 5 or 6 exclusive battle pass partners or the weapons of this game. And yeah, if you don't pull a whole lot, then that I'm assuming those battle pass partners can come in very handy. I don't actually know how good they are. I just kind of assume they were. Yeah, the 5-star partner and battle pass seem pretty good. Yeah, exactly. Again, if you don't roll a whole bunch, then yeah, they're probably worth it. So. Also, hey, Anna V7. I don't know how to say your name, but yeah, welcome back. BP has more worth on the 5-star partner than the actual pull value. Well, yeah, naturally. Yeah, I'm saying as overall products, yeah, the battle passes are worth it. But yeah, probably obviously not in terms of like raw pull value. CZN has the Smilegate curse of shitty value packs besides BP monthly pass. Oh really? Even the big packs don't really get you shit. That's unfortunate. I got BP, get Nyx for sure. Oh shit, I think I got Priscilla instead. Because I needed to get, I wanted to give my Yuki a decent partner. So I went with Priscilla because she's the attacker she's the attacker one, I think. Maybe next battle pass I'll pick up Nyx. I'll pick up Nyx. Don't know why. I'm assuming she's meta.
待機中。いつでも行けるわ。うちのバット引きちぎってやる。待機中。戦術起動。散りなさい。いつでも行けるわ。戦術起動。やあ。
It's because Nyx has a card discard draw ability. Ah, okay, like that Cassius guy, huh?
うちに守ってもらえてうれ。うちのバットじっとしててね。
Hey, where it go, man? Let's go. Not sleeping. I'm already really exhausted though. I don't plan to stream for very long tonight. Maybe at most 2 more hours.
うちに守ってバット
So yeah, hopefully I don't knock the fuck out tonight. But
う
we'll
ち
see.
肩慣らしと行こっかな。うち肩慣らしと行こっかな。うちのバットちゃんとうちに守ってもらう。バットうちのバットちゃんと見届けなさいね。うちに守ってもらえてちゃんと見てなさい。うちのバット引きちぎってやる。引きちぎってやる。うちに守ってもらえてうれ。じっとしててね。引きちぎってやる。
In a way, Nyx is actually pretty good for Yuki too. Then yeah, maybe next battle pass I'll pick up that Nyx one.
Ah, ありがとうございます。
だよね。こう思うのってうちだけじゃないよね。
Last story, and then we can start farming. So I can start learning how to farm chaos properly.
テラシオンの誇り。外を見て。果てしない宇宙の中に浮かぶ一つの小さな点、デルタ。あそこで私たちの新たな舞台が始まるんだ。ワクワクしない？
Okay, let's see if I can start doing this now. Okay, now we can finally. Okay. Let's see. We'll go in with this team, I guess. Actually. I'll just keep Veronica here. Recommended. Oh god, why is it like recommended level 60? Is the recommended character level just a bait, or am I actually gonna get fucked here? You can do it. I guess it wouldn't hurt. Actually, I just realized I can drop the difficulty too. If yeah, because see, 6 tier, 5 tier, 4 tier. It's not worth dropping difficulty. Ah, okay. I'll take your word for it then.
みんな、周りを確認しながら動く
Yeah,
ように。
rocks, yeah. Except for difficulties new patch. Yeah, I downloaded the update. Just gonna wait for it to come back tomorrow. Come back up tomorrow. Hey yo, Intent, welcome back. Because the deck you'll make will be weaker the lower the difficulty. I see. Card Epiphany. I don't know how these card epiphanies and whatchamacalls work. BRB gonna throw some cold water on my face, see if that helps. Gaming all day, be excited you start work on Monday. Oh, like a new job or some shit. Nice, congrats, man. People on Twitter calling Jupupu after getting power crept by Dylan. It's almost as if these people don't even know what threshold simulation is. Didn't somebody yesterday tell me that I need to click on one of these? Was it the leadership one? Maybe that was the wrong one, I don't know. You need 3 teams now, 4 even. Oh god.
さて動くか。
撃ちましょうか。落ち着いて撃ちましょうか。落ち痛いのは嫌です。撃ちます。
私の出番だな。さて動くか。皆胸を張れ。
Is it worth getting the CZN or are you late? You are late, but that doesn't change. That doesn't mean you shouldn't get into it.
苦しみは深まるだけ。
私の切ってやろう。始末してやろう。
Path you want to choose during Chaos Run is one of the most amount of question mark spots. Ah, right. I remember that part.
さて動くか。さ
っきのはすごい攻撃でしたよね。失敗したらこれで役に立てるの。艦長信じてるよ。失敗した闇をかき集めて。艦長信じてるよ。失敗したら艦長信じてる。失敗したらどうした。
How was work today? Long, as you might expect. Tired as always coming back home from work.
休憩だ。
And yet I must stream. Left leg is still giving me trouble as usual.
艦長信じ苦しみは深まるだけ。打ちましょうか。せーの、準備完了。腹が減っては戦はできません。オーバー。落ち着いて。集中。
私ので我々は勝利する。さて切ってやろう。始末してやろう。
Just go to bed if you seem exhausted. I'm always exhausted after I come back from home from work. I'm gonna try to stream at least another like hour and a half or so, 2 hours ideally. Just because I did say I wanted to grind some CZN, but yeah. I'll try to hold on it for as long as I can.
このベロニカには夢があるんです。失敗したら闇の力で。落ち着いて。撃ちましょうか。あれ、防げた。落ち着いて。撃ちましょうか。落ち着いて。行きましょう。撃ちましょうか。やあ。落ち着いて。撃ちます。熱々に燃
Am
え
I gonna stream tomorrow? Yes, I do plan on streaming tomorrow. Earlier too, because I plan to do some work tomorrow during Thanksgiving, but not obviously not all day. So I'm hoping that I come back tomorrow and start streaming at around like what 5-6 p.m. My time. We'll see. We'll see what happens then.
撃ちましょうか。シュート。艦長苦しみは深まるだけ。せーの、準備完。集中。これで役に立てるの。艦長信じ。私の不運はする失敗で。闇をかき集めた。
For the Americans, Thanksgiving. Yeah, tomorrow's Thanksgiving for us Americans.
私の出番だ。撃ちます。さて皆胸を張れ。
撃ちましょうか。このベロニカには夢があるんです。艦長さ失敗して撃ちます。 ち着いて。はっ。
Okay, here's one of those question mark ones. How's the passive income with the house going? It's working as intended, but you let me deal with that, man.
撃ちます。せーの、準備完了。 艦長、撃ちます。 失敗したらと私の不運は闇の力。
私の出番だな。ほっ。さて動くか。
行きましょう。落ち着いて。撃ちます。
Okay, these mean? Where the hell is my team here? Is it this one? actually have no idea what I'm supposed to do on this screen here. Whoa. Like, am I done with this run, or do I have to click on something? Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do at this on this screen here. Okay, excuse me. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I see. I think I know what I did. Yeah, I clicked on the map screen. Or GFL2 update anniversary is tomorrow. Yes, it's tomorrow. Technically today. You're real tired, man. I know. I'm aware. I'm just gonna try to stream for like another hour at the very least. Because I need to know, at least know how this chaos farming shit works. It's like a dark memory to overcome. I don't know what this means. Hopefully don't doze off again. Oh, I probably will, but it's okay. trigger epiphany on. Shadow. Creep 4. Why is the audio so low? Oh, somehow it lowered by itself. Not sure how that happened.
Kancho, 信じてるよ。失敗したらどうしよう。Kancho, 信じてるよ。失敗したらどうしよう。
Hey, Kinza. That was my day. Pretty long, very busy.
私の出番だな。
落ち着いて。撃ちましょうか。
さて、
撃ちます。艦長、苦しみは深まるだけ。
私の全員戦列を始末してやろう。
落ち着いて。撃ちます。
Hey, well, Flocka. Long time no see. Hope we've been doing well, my dude. FGO's also back up too. Oh, start downloading the data for them.
狩りの時間ですね。咲き誇れ。
さて、はっ。
撃ちましょうか。落ち着いて。
私の出番だな。
撃ちます。撃ちましょうか。 このベロニカには夢があるんです。
さて我々は調理す切ってやろう。
失敗したらと私の不運は鋭いんだよ。感謝落ち着いて打ちます。集中打ちます。失敗苦しみは深まるだけ。痛いのは嫌です。艦長信じてるよ。失敗したらどうしよう。闇をかき集めて。艦長信じてる。失敗艦長はっ撃ちます。
This is a forbidden card? I have no idea what a forbidden card is. Keep going to the nose that have question marks in them. So let the combatant gain epiphany. Dress like this. Hey, Shimazaki, welcome back.
こいつはちょっと強そうですが、どうでしょう。どうしよう。不運に出んのなんか本苦しみは深まる。私の不運は艦長だ。撃ちましょうか。はっ。失敗したらと艦長だ。
艦長、今回の攻撃は強力
これで役に
防御を
立てる。
固めないと危険です。
艦長やめよう。かき集めて。
私ので切ってやろう。
熱々に燃え出していきましょう。失敗して待って、今はこれがちょっと危険すぎじゃないかしら。
さて動くか。みんな
Probably
胸を張
vulnerable
れ。
seems pretty good.
私ので全員戦列を突始末してやろう。
撃ちましょうか。落ち着いて。あれ防げた。ふう、集中集中。
コードゼロ、コードゼロ、即時に緊急帰還する。繰り返す。
Let's see. That run didn't get me much weekly progress. Now we gotta go fucking Council Tressa now. Jesus, how many different fucking reward ladders are there? Fucking toe. I don't know what this button's for.
Mina, 周りを確認しながら動くように。
I have no idea what any of these mean. That mode was called trauma mode. It's for units to have more stress gain, get an extra tier, deck saved. Oh, okay. It's higher risk, higher reward type shit. Go middle.
艦長、私の不運はする闇をかき集め失敗だ。艦長、信じて。腹が減っては戦はできません。オーバー。うちもこのベロニカには夢があるんです。失敗したら艦長信じてるよ。落ちせーの準備完了。
全員戦列を突始末してやろう。
撃ちます完璧です。
You didn't get a Enfield beta invitation. How do you handle with it, or how do you deal with it, like with the FOMO and all? Unfortunately, that's the question that I can't really answer properly or that well. Everyone deals with FOMO in their own way. Some people can deal with it better than others. Like, I don't really care to enter any betas anymore. I used to, but after years of, you know, applying for gacha betas only to never get invited to a single one of them, I just decided, you know what, enough's enough. I'm just not even gonna bother, you know, trying to wait for these betas, right? For Enfield specifically, it should come up pretty soon. Apparently even Lowlight himself has said so. Not to mention the whole January 31st deadline could be true this time around. We'll see. So you wouldn't have that long to wait anyway for for Enfield to fully launch next year in about like a month or two. So yeah, Jesus' husband. if you don't mind watching other people play Enfield, the Enfield beta, that you can just hop on to somebody's stream playing Enfield, playing the Enfield beta and just hang out in their stream, live vicariously through them type shit. But again, it depends on how best you deal with it. Yeah, very strong combatants. Thank you. Tress is super good in Basin. Calyp's good in Chaos. Veronica's strong everywhere. Try to use Mika in Chaos, so that's true. I did level her up specifically. It's probably time for me to actually use her. Maybe next run though, since I've already started on this one. I don't know what any of these mean. Am I avoiding Enfield spoilers? So, oh, I don't really care about story spoilers, Chisa. I'm not actively trying to avoid anything. I just don't go out of my way to look up to see what's going on. But if I happen to come across a tweet that says, "Oh, so and so happens in Enfield story here," then I'm just like, whatever. At least launches soon, TM, so they say, and progress is wiped out. Anyways, yeah, exactly. Good point that I forgot to bring up there. I will just go with this one. What are all these? Card reward? What the fuck does that mean? Okay. I don't know if that was good or not, but sure.
さて動くか。私が行く。
落ち着いて。
さて
失敗したらどう闇の力で。 ちます艦長、闇よ、私の不運は鋭いんだよ。撃ちましょうか。痛いのは嫌で。撃ちます。
見せてやろ
Drop
う。
a fucking
我
win.
々ホワイトアルカイド真の
Hey
力
Evelyn, welcome back. 17 gig update in GFL2. Yes, the new dorm's open now. That's why. The update's so big.
撃ちましょうか。やー。
私の始末してやろう。
Hold one card to transform. What happens if you transform this? Some mutant Ceres, some mutant whatever. I wonder if I accidentally bricked Khalib's shit there. You look hella tired, more so today. Yeah.
艦長、私の不運は鋭いんだよ。せーの、準備完了。失敗して一番の苦痛を。艦長、撃ちます撃ちます。
Chaos run kind of bricked? Yeah, kind of thought so. I have no idea what I'm doing. This is like the first time I'm actually playing this Chaos run in any serious capacity. Let's see. Counterattack. She gets a counterattack there. Increases action count of all enemies by 5. I don't know what that means. Let's go with the counterattack, I guess. Are these cards what some of y'all meant by seasonal cards? Like cards that only show up during these events? Nah, these aren't the seasonal cards either, just neutral cards. Oh god, do I even know what those are?
全員揃っているか？休憩だ。
ここなら安全かもしれないね。
Hey, student, how's it going, man? One thing that confuses you in CZN, if character dies in a run, you gotta counsel him and bring him back. Do you have to keep their save data or something? I don't know. Good question. to get bad RNG, you can just escape, it's totally fine, but don't do this in zero system or the chaos node gets reset. Okay. I'll try to keep that in mind. What difficulty am I on? Like 6 or something like that? Because I asked people like what difficulty should I be at, and somebody's like, oh, just do max difficulty because the lower ones don't get you jack shit. So I was like, okay, bet.
さて全員戦列を整えろ。
撃ちます撃ちます。
もっ
皆さん気をつけて。
私の出番だな。さて動く。完璧です。
艦長、不運にはどんなものかもうすぐわかるよ。
Yo, Crackcaster. CZN cursor fixed. Yes. Because somebody gave me the advice of just take your game off of full screen or whatever. So now I have it on window mode, and actually, yeah, it actually did work. Funnily enough.
「私の出番だな。倒れるな。
撃ちます撃ちます。
I've been enjoying this gacha so far. Feels way too time consuming compared to other gachas. I've really been enjoying this gacha. So I really enjoy it personally. As for it feels like you're spending way too much time on CZN compared to other gachas. More on the time consumption part. Most gacha games are super time consuming in the beginning, because that's when they have, you know, that's when they come out with a ton of content for people to do. Yes, their nightmare not good for a gacha new. Probably not, just because, yeah, of how potentially complicated and what is it that some of the newer gachas. But yeah, I don't think CZN is great for like a gacha, an inexperienced gacha player. Yeah. Happy to join it so far. Yeah, I plan to stick with it. It's gonna be, it's already one of my main gachas, so I don't plan to drop it anytime soon. I just need to find time to like actually sit down and play it, and you know, play it without fucking falling asleep on stream, like I am right now. So. How does CZN summoning work? How much do you need to pity? I forget what pity. I forget what pity CZN works off of. I forget if it's like 80 or something or not. But CZN's priced. The monetization model on CZN is very similar to a Hoyo game. Like only a couple of differences between that and Hoyo. $70 pity. Okay. Cool, you're playing this game. Yep. Technically been playing it since day one. I just haven't been able to like really grind as much as I would like to. Up until, you know, today. Critical failure. Did I literally get a schizophrenia card? Characters going schizo. It's my favorite CZN character design, Tressa. New character, any character you should summon for as a new account. If you're talking meta wise, I don't know what the meta is for this game. You'll have to look that up. The Tressa girl I keep talking about, this girl on the left here where my cursor is. She's a default girl. You get her for free at the beginning, or I guess more accurately, I'd have to say that you start your account with Tressa every single time, and she's really good in my opinion. Probably get some dupes over. I think she's at like what? C1, C2, I think only C1. But yeah, been really enjoying using Tressa. Playing WoW Genshin, thinking about playing Zenless Nikke, what's my recommendation? Depends on what you're looking for. Since you're already playing WoW and Genshin, picking up Zenless shouldn't be too bad because you should already know how to deal with endgame in a a big Chinese gacha. I'd recommend Zenless if you're looking for something already similar to Wuwa and Genshin, whereas if you're looking for a more chill side game, side gacha to keep up with then Nikke. Just go with that. How do I like Ye Xingong? She seems cute and all. I'm not exactly going feral over her, but she's alright. Trigger Epiphany.
さて私が行く。
このベロニカには信じて不運にはどんなものかもうすぐわかるよ。撃ちます。失敗して落ちはっ撃ちます撃ちます。艦長、はっ。
If I had to drop either Nikkei or Zenless, which one would you do? Held at gunpoint. I dropped Nikkei. I enjoy Zenless too much to drop it. So, as much as I wouldn't like to, or as much as I wouldn't want to, I drop Nikkei. Keep playing Zenless. Is this like the boss or something? I assume so.
私の不運はする。艦長、信じて。準備完了。
私の出番だな。さて倒れるな。
腹が減っては戦はできません。オーバー。撃ちます。
If I had to drop Uma or CZN, which one would I drop? Uma, naturally. CZN actually has gameplay. What does Uma have?
うちも行きましょう。落ち着いて。このベロニカには夢。苦しみは深まる。優位にはどんなものかもうすぐわかるよ。撃ちます。
私の全員戦列を整えろ。
撃ちましょうか。落ち着いて。
さて私の出番だな。
うちも頭上に注意してください。撃ちます。撃ちます。
Veronica carried you through chaos. Yeah, she seems really good. I've seen other streamers and content creators rely on having Veronica a
艦長
lot too.
信じてる。一番の苦痛を。撃ちます。
さて
See, we
私が
have
行く。
some shield cards.
落ち着いて。集中。失敗したら闇をかき集めて。艦長
Also, what are with all these fucking shadow dagger thingies?
失敗したらどうし。優位にはどんなものか。もう私の不運は鋭いんだよ。終わらない苦しみの中に全部消えて。
Does seem like a charge for to go play PvP and stuff in Uma. If you're still talking about Uma, then yes, I can tell you it is pretty time consuming and kind of tedious.
撃ちます。あれ防げた。これで役に立てるなら。艦長信じてるよ。
私の全員戦列を整えろ。
壊れスピーカー。これで撃ちます。撃ちます。
さて私の出番だな。倒れるな。
私の不運は 鋭い。艦長信じてる。
もっ
失敗だ。撃ちます撃ちます。艦長
さて見とれるような式でした。このまま帰還されますか？
This go on decreased cost of one card and random. Back in the beginning again. I wonder if this run just keeps going until you lose. I don't know if that actually does that or not.
落ちせーの準備完了。闇の力で失敗した。これで役に立てるの。撃ちます撃ちます。
壊し尽くせ。
Oh, there it goes.
ちょっと危険です。オーバー。撃ちましょう。こうちは撃ちます。シュこのベロニカには夢が。
Shadow daggers draw one turn tomorrow. Stop turn create one shadow.
私の不運は鋭いんだよ。艦長。撃ちます。
Kamikaze frog. Oh boy, is this dude gonna fucking explode on me? Explode on my team and kill everybody once we kill him or something?
私の不運は鋭い感情信じてるよ。苦しみは深まるだけ。
Kamikaze ass frog. I don't know. Results unpredictable. Okay, well, let's get fucked, I guess. Schizo. What the hell? Veronica can inflict agony onto enemies? Are you fucking serious? I thought agony was like a mechanic that was unique to Tressa or maybe other characters, but why the fuck does Veronica get agony? Whatever. I guess it's just like another a fancier form of bleed then. The main character made a video about your gameplay. The main character, that rings a bell. I feel like I should know who he is, but I don't. Why is St. Thomas saying Zenless 2.4 game dead on arrival? Is there some truth behind it? No, that St. Tontus is a fucking agenda pusher. He makes a living off of calling other gacha games fucking bad. If I get Gachanomicon on Kalip, everyone will be able to play Agony. Are you serious? That sounds hilarious. What you have to learn, Chisa's husband, what you gotta understand about St. Tontus and other rats like him is that they built their channels up off of talking mad shit on Hoyo games. So because their viewers expect them to do that, they're always gonna do it. Actually, even if their viewers didn't expect them to do that, they would still do it anyway because they're fucking pieces of shit. Like, he has a fucking rage. St. Thomas has a fucking raging boner, a hate boner against anything that's Hoyo related, and I know why too. Apparently, back in the day, St. Tontus used to be a Genshin streamer too. Like, we're talking like years ago, before Wuwa ever came out. But St. Tontus tried to apply for Hoyo's like content creator program, but they never accepted him, or they never let him in. So most likely the reason why he's so anti-Hoyo is because of that. Because they never let him into their stupid fucking content creator program. So he's on his whole fucking revenge arc right now. It's not gonna end anytime soon. Basically, he's a salty little piece of shit pussy. Hey, Fallen Sky, how's it going, man? Over on Twitch chat. a lot of his viewers are mostly WoW players, so a good amount of them like to hear that. Yes, precisely. Precisely. I can even give you a bit more context about that too, because back when WoW first came out, right? Actually, even so there's like multiple layers to this, or there's like multiple layers to that situation. So initially, especially in China, there were a lot of Hoyo players who were talking shit on WoW back when WoW was about to come out, right? During like the weeks or even months leading up to WoW's release, there were a lot of Hoyo players who were like, oh, this Wuthering Waves game will never be able to do anything. It's never going to be successful, blah, blah, blah. They were talking shit too, right? So a lot of WoW players to this day cite that as like, oh, they cite that as their justification for talking mad shit on Hoyo because, oh, the Hoyo player started it first. So that's layer 1. Layer 2 is that a lot of current WoW players are actually ex-Genshin players or ex-Hoyo players in general. People who used to play Hoyo games, namely Genshin or Star Rail, but they stopped playing due to like various reasons. But they usually have something to do with, oh, like Hoyo never changed the game, never like improved the game to where to how they wanted it to. Right? They like fucking Hoyo never gave them the QOLs or like the end game modes that they wanted. So after so long, they just got disillusioned with the games and they just moved on. Well, at least they say they moved on, but did they really? Either way, when Wuthering Waves finally came around, right? Because remember, Wuthering Waves is our first big gacha game that isn't managed by Hoyo, because like out of all the big 4 gacha games, Genshin, Star Rail, Zenless, WoW, only one of those isn't managed by Hoyo, and that would be obviously WoW. They're managed by Kuro instead. Kind of hilarious when you think about the fact that Kuro was actually founded by ex Hoyo devs. So I don't know why so that logic is kind of flawed, but putting that aside. So a lot of WoW players came from Genshin basically, because they were fed up. They were fed up with like, oh, like Genshin never like it never caters to like end game players or hardcore players. They always cater to like their casuals, their fuck ass casuals, blah blah blah. And so, whatever the reason, a lot of WoW players back in the day, even to this day, came from Genshin, but stopped playing Genshin because of their own personal reasons. On the train right now, just finished class. Hey, well, that's what's good. Hope you enjoyed class. Oh, enjoying class, kind of a stretch, but yeah, hopefully you're enjoying your week so far. But yeah, anyways, whatever the reason, right? Whichever layer we're talking about here, when Wuthering Waves first came out, and people started playing it, right? There started to be this movement, if you can even call it that, like a movement of sorts of like WoW players who would just talk mad shit on Hoyo. Right, they'd play WoW and be like, "Oh my God, look at how much better Wuthering Waves is over Genshin Impact. Fucking Genshin could never," which is kind of funny because Star Rail players started saying that first. And so, because there was this atmosphere, this air of like oh, let's shit on Hoyo because WoW is the move over Hoyo. Genshin, not Genshin. WoW was the new big boy in town. Other fucking dog shit like that. Content creators like Tectone, like Saint Tontus, capitalized on that and just went all in on taking advantage of the whole anti-Hoyo sentiment that WoW players had. It also doesn't help that fucking Tectone helped out St. Tontis by fucking rating him and shit like that and watching his videos and shit like that. Big part of the reason why St. Tontis even has the viewership he has is because of Tectone. Probably most likely because St. Tontis fucking sucked Tectone's dick for it too. Does Zenless have a history with Wuwa? Not necessarily, unless you consider the fact that they both came out at around the same time. Wuwa came out first, but Zenless came out about less than 2 months later, I think. Yeah, because Wuwa came out like mid-May, I think. Mid-May, late May. Zenless came out beginning of July. So not really, unless you consider the proximity of their launches, the initial launch dates to be, you know, to be history. You might have to escape. Nah, man. I honestly believe that the Chinese are the perfect people to help evolve the gacha space. The Japanese are too slow. And the Koreans, there's just not enough of them. Out of all the East Asians out there who make gacha games, the Chinese are the best at this, or they're the best suited to this, because there's a shit ton of them. So we got tons of Chinese developers who are willing to make gacha games, and two, they've got the money, they've got the resources. The Japanese devs are way too slow. They're too conservative. They don't move quickly enough, and they don't take any risks whatsoever. I mean, sometimes they do, but they usually backfire. They usually get fucked because, you know, they don't understand what's going on, especially overseas. Koreans know what they're doing. They can pump out pretty good. They can pump out really good gachas. The problem with the Koreans is that there's just simply not enough of them, because there's only like 50 million Koreans out there, including me. Compared to what, 110 million Japanese and God knows how many Chinese people, a billion out there, however high their population is. Sometimes it really is just a numbers game. Would I say Wuwa is so much better than Genshin myself? No, it's not that simple. Never is. Very rarely in life is a situation where it's like, oh, this is so clearly so much better than the other. In the case of your question of, oh, is Wuwa really that much better than Genshin? No, of course not. Wuwa is better in certain areas over Genshin than others. If I'm feeling generous, then yes, maybe I would be able to say that, oh yeah, Wuwa does a lot of things better than Genshin, technically. But would I say, am I going to sit here and tell you that, oh, Wuthering Wave is just a straight up better game than Genshin? Fuck no. These are all gacha games. Gacha games are all unique in their own rights. If we're going to give them if we're going to be that generous about them. Like, no matter how similar two gacha games are, right? For example, Genshin and Wuwa, right? On the surface, they look pretty similar, right? Open world exploration-based gacha games where you can control like 3 or 4 characters at a time, right? But even with their similarities, both Genshin and Wuwa have their nuances. They both have things that they do really well and things that they don't do very well. For example, this is a controversial take I'm going to give you. This is a pretty hot take I'm going to give you. But I think Genshin has far superior exploration. I don't think very highly of Wuwa's exploration. Maybe in 1.0, Wuwa's exploration would actually, you know, was something. Because the reason why I say Genshin's exploration is superior is because when I think of exploration in a gacha game, right, or like an open world gacha game, like I'm looking for something more like Genshin's, where it feels like I'm actually fucking exploring. The problem with Wuwa, namely 2.0 onwards, because 2.0 is when they added flight. Flight, while it's a great like time-saving and traversal mechanic. It horribly butchers the vibes of exploration in Wuwa, because with flight and combined with the overall exploration like philosophy. That's the word I'm looking for. Philosophy in Rina Sita, where in order to streamline exploration, what Kuro did was they congregated a lot of the exploration like points of interest, the POIs, right? Instead of scattering them throughout the map in Rina Sita, they basically just congregated them into like patches where you have these areas where the game tells you, oh, there's a lot of chests in this area, and you just need to find a chest in that area. What that means is the rest of the map is pretty fucking barren. So exploration in WoA ends up feeling, at least to me, it just ends up feeling like a very cookie cutter thing, like a very like a checklist basically. It's like, oh, time to do exploration. Let's go here, let's go here, let's go here. Okay, we're done. Only took me 20 minutes. Like, it's great if you want to save time, or if you just don't like exploration, so you just want to get it over. I'm sure it's great for those people. But for me, right, when I think exploration, it's like, oh, I gotta get in there and I gotta run around and enjoy and take in the sights and take in the ambience. Like, that's exploration to me. Not just, oh, I opened some chests for like 5 minutes and I'm done, guys. Like, all the newer regions in WoA, all the newer regions, like, past, like, 2.1, I think, 2.0 or 2.1 in WoA, I was able to 100% all those maps in, like, in, like, a single stream. Like, in less than an hour. Like, to me, that's not exploration. That's a fucking checklist, bro. And to make it fair, I think one thing that I think WoA does way better than Genshin is the combat. I think WoA has absolutely nailed the combat vibes. It's not to say that I think Genshin's combat is bad necessarily. It's just different. But considering I'm a very vibes kind of guy, right? How the shit feel? I can confidently sit here and say that WoA's combat is much more satisfying than Genshin's. Part of it admittedly has to do with the fact that I've been playing Genshin for 5 years, like, so you kind of get used to it after a while. But WoA is still relatively new, right? So WoA's only been out for like a year and a half, so the gameplay for WoA still feels fresh, somehow, still does. So WoA's gameplay feels much more satisfying. Right. It helps that WoA has like all the the tactical holograms where you can fight like the bosses that are extremely pumped up in stats, and they'll fucking one-shot your ass if you make one bad mistake, right? So the feeling of being able to finally beat them at their highest difficulty in tac hologram or something is extremely satisfying. Like, see what I mean? Like, WoA and Genshin both have things that they excel in and things that they don't quite excel in. So because of that, I think that anybody who who's like, oh, so and so game is so much better than the other game, I think they're fucking retarded. So no, I wouldn't say WoA is so much better than Genshin. It's better than Genshin in some areas, and not in others. So theoretically, if Zenless wasn't made by Hoya, it'd be treated differently, right? I guess so. Yeah. Developers, different devs treat their games differently. Chinese are definitely the ones who innovate the most. Yes. Like I said before, that's due to a couple of factors. One, there's a lot of Chinese people out there, 1 billion fucking Chinese people. So naturally, you're just gonna end up having a lot of developers out there, or people who know how to make games, out there in China, especially along the coast, the southern coast, up to like Shanghai or whatever. So yeah, the Chinese, you have all the developers you could ask for, right? Not to mention, because there are so many Chinese developers and studios that are willing to make gacha games, they're all competing with each other, right? So competition breeds innovation and success, right? Like all these gacha developers, Chinese or not, they got to figure out a way to convince their players, to convince you to start playing their game, right? You know, every year that goes by, we get more and more gacha games, right? Gacha games, the quote unquote problem with gacha games is that because they're live service games and they require people to play, continue playing them consistently, right? If you're a new and upcoming gacha game, you gotta figure out a way to convince older gacha players to drop whatever gacha games they used to play, and come play this new one, right? That you made instead. So gacha games gotta keep improving and innovating every single year, right? It's incremental, obviously, but the more gachas that come out, the better we understand them, and the higher chance that gacha games have of understanding what people want as time goes on, and be able to cater to those needs. So definitely the Chinese, I think, should be at the forefront. They're the ones who are capable of pushing like the gacha evolution forward. Again, there's not enough Korean people, straight up, and the Japanese are way too conservative and don't want to take risks at all. But for the most part, anyway. You probably love Japanese gachas, but these days, would you say that Chinese make better gachas? I don't want to say that they strictly make better gachas. Again, like the whole spiel I had about Genshin and Wuwa. It's still up to personal preference. However, with the innovations that Chinese gachas have put into the games, like starting with Genshin, for example. Some of the features that gacha games have nowadays that people just kind of accept as a mainstay feature of gacha games. For example, a soft pity, a pity mechanic, that sort of shit. It's like, yes, like objectively speaking, gacha games have evolved past what they used to be like when the Japanese used to dominate them. Now that the Chinese are dominating the gacha space, it's a bit of a different story now, isn't it? Xenos would be treated differently with people like St. Thomas if it wasn't made by Hoyo. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. If Hoyo was not the one that made Zenless, and yes, the clown would be praising it because and he would even use Zenless as a weapon that he could use against any of the other Hoyo based gachas. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, because Zenless merely has an association with Hoyo, that just fucking triggers that fucking clown off the face of the fucking planet. And so yeah, obviously he's gonna talk mad shit about it all the time. Because again, he's got a raging fucking little hate boner micro-peen against Hoyo for some reason. And I know what that I know what that reason is. Or at least I have a good idea what it is. Most ARPG game devs in China may have started a career with Hoyo, which includes Kuro games. Kind of hypocritical to hate Hoyo. Yeah, exactly. But, people like the rats like the clown don't exactly subscribe to having logic and reason now, do they? Like St. Tondas has been trying to say that fucking HP inflation and miasma have been problems in Zenless Zone 0 ever since 2.0 came out. China also seems very extroverted when it comes to global community engagement. The Chinese are driven by one thing and one thing mainly. Not only, but mainly. That's money. The Chinese are here to make money. Obviously, to a certain extent, that also applies to the Japanese and the Koreans too. But again, the Japanese don't want to take risks. They're very conservative, and again, the Koreans just simply aren't aggressive enough because they're just not big enough yet. Maybe they will be in the future, but for now, they just can't afford to have fucking Hoyo levels of marketing budgets and shit like that. But a big part of the reason why the Chinese are so innovative, especially in the gacha space, is because they are here to make money. Money is their main driving factor. That's the reason why Genshin in the beginning was able, that's why Hoyo made the decision to make Genshin a truly global gacha game. By selling it not just in China and Japan and Korea, but also out here in the West too, right? They were able to crack the code on the Western player base, because before Genshin, Westerners, at least not on a large scale, they didn't really care about gacha. Most of the Western player base didn't even know what gachas were before Genshin showed up. But Hoyo knew that there was a market out here. They just need to figure out how to break into it, and luckily enough, they did. Whether by sheer luck or on accident, either way, doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter how. It's what matters that they did it. And 5 years later, they're still reaping the benefits of their success back then, because their success was so generational. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's makes perfect sense why you think that China seems to be very aggressive when it comes to global community engagement, because they know that maintaining an overseas player base will help make them more money. China's been outward looking ever since Deng Xiaoping and the Hu Jintao era. Technically, you're not wrong. Is it a fact that Wu was inspired by Genshin? Yes, it's undeniable. Matter of fact, I go so far as to call Wuthering Waves a Genshin clone. You have to understand, Genshin Impact's success back in 2020 was so generational that it inspired an entire wave of Genshin clones. Think about it, Chisa's husband. Think about it, right? Think of the time frame. So Genshin came out back in 2020, right? Remember, Genshin released September, October of 2020, right? When did Wuthering Waves come out? May of 2024. It took Wuwa 4 years to come out after Genshin. If you go watch or listen to the interviews that Dawe, the CEO of Hoyo, gave, or some of the other devs gave for Genshin's initial development, they say that it took them about 4 years and $100 million to initially develop Genshin. 4 years. Guess how long it took Wuwa to develop? Guess how long it took Kuro to develop Wuwa? 4 years. Or, yeah, 4 years. That's not a coincidence. Do you think about it, right? right now, especially in like the past like year or so, we've been hearing about all these like new Chinese gacha games, right? New Chinese open world gacha game type shit, right? We got Enfield around the corner. Beta's gonna go. Their third beta's gonna go live pretty soon if it's not live already, right? WoW's already out now, right? What else we got? Azure Parmelia's been getting, you know, we've gotten some news about Azure Parmelia, not for a while, but you know, we know about it. Ananta just dropped a lot of news like somewhat recently, like the other month, right? Back in like September or something, back when TGS was still going on. What else? That one Silver Palace game got announced earlier this year, I think it was. Pretty sure it was earlier this year. Am I missing anything else? Oh yeah, NTE, right? Hotta Studio second gacha. NTE, they've been, you know, they've been going kind of hard on promoting NTE throughout this year, right? They had a beta earlier this year. They're probably gonna have another one, too, at some point. We're hopefully it'll have a full launch date like sometime next year. Think about it. There's a reason why all these big name, high profile gacha. Oh, let's not forget Ananta either. There's a reason why all these high profile gacha games are either coming out around now, or they're being announced. It's because all of them, every single one of them, without exception, were influenced by Genshin, or were inspired by Genshin. All these Chinese developers in the mainland saw the absolutely generational success that Genshin had back in 2020. And they're like, shit, we can do that too. And so they started getting to work on their own Genshin clones, right? But you can't just half-ass a game like this, right? Otherwise people will see that. People will see if you've just been like half-assing a game, and they're gonna go, oh, it's just a fucking, you know, they're just trying to cash in on the Genshin hype, and no one's gonna play your game. Like these devs understood that if they're going to make a fucking Genshin clone, they've got to actually put some effort into it and make it an actual game that people want to play. Like they have to deliver a solid product on top of that too. Not just like a fucking, oh, let's just throw something out there and just make it like a quick cash grab, right? That's kind of the trap that Tower of Fantasy initially fell into, or you know, kind of fell into initially, because like Tower of Fantasy came out not too long after Genshin did, but no one really cared about it. It didn't help that, you know, there was like an air of like, oh, the developers are trying to market TOF as like being the Genshin killer or some shit like that, but that didn't exactly work out for them. So. But it's not just Wuwa. Like, point being, it's not just Wuwa that was inspired by Genshin. All these big name, high profile, big production Chinese gacha games, literally any of them, you name it, they all have one thing in common: they're all Genshin clones. And for the record, whenever I say Genshin clone, I don't use that as like a condescending. I don't use that to be condescending. I'm not trying to insult any of these games by just calling them Genshin clones, because I hold Genshin Impact to be, you know, a really good gacha game. It's a legendary one at this point, no matter what you think of it, simply because of what it's done for the gacha scene, just overall. Not to mention, I think pretty highly of Genshin. I think it's a great gacha game. So if you clone a great gacha game, you're probably gonna end up with a pretty good gacha game too, right? So. Just for the record, whenever you hear me call a gacha a Genshin clone, it's not to be like insulting or anything. All right, Intent. Thanks for hanging out, man. Catch you next time. Thanks for listening to me yap. Where was I in YouTube chat? You're getting sick of these 3D action gacha games. Unfortunately, we're just gonna get more of them. We will be getting more of them. Eventually, there will be like a counter trend of like gacha games moving away from like a 3D action genre, but until then, you're gonna see people just you're going to see more Chinese action RPG gachas coming out. It's gonna be how it is. So, I don't know. Maybe be on the lookout for other gacha games that aren't just, you know, 3D action slop. Kuro kind of copied Hoyo. Kuro copied Honkai Impact with PGR. You could say Kuro copied Genshin with Wuwa. I mean, they are Chinese after all. Not to mention, again, Kuro game was established by ex-Hoyo players. So, are we exactly surprised here? They even copied each other. Oh yeah, it's the Chinese. Like the stereotype that the Chinese love, the Chinese just fucking copy everything they get their hands on is kind of true, or at least there's a degree of truth to that. You saw that St. Tondas has a C6 or C7 Alhaitham. Saw him doing theater, called the worst endgame in gacha history. He was very invested in Genshin. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, he like I said before. Apparently, he was he used to be an avid Genshin streamer or some shit, and he tried applying for their content creation program or whatever, their content creator program, but he never got accepted. And so yeah, he's got a grudge. He's got a little fucking hate bone or micropene against Hoyo. He seems to play Genshin only to talk shit on it. Yeah, any Hoyo game he plays, he just plays merely to talk shit. He's not good at those games. Never will be either, because he's a fucking retard. Genshin also had that pandemic buff. That's true. Undeniable. Even Enfield was inspired by Genshin, yes. Even though Enfield looks very different and feels very different from Genshin, it still was inspired by it. Without Genshin, you wouldn't have Enfield. Hypergriff saw the success and are now trying to emulate it. Yeah, not just Hypergriff, a lot of Chinese devs out there. Like hell, even Mika team who made who develops Girls Frontline 2. Like Girls Frontline 2 isn't like an open world gacha or anything, but shit, man, it's 3D. 3D uses Hoyo's gacha model. But yes, even Enfield was inspired by Genshin. Apparently, Enfield, developer said Enfield took like 5 years. That would go back to 2020. Yeah, sounds about right. Even if here's the thing, even if Hypergriff started working on Enfield before Genshin ever came out, right? Remember, if they started development on Enfield like 5 years ago, that means 5 years ago they didn't have shit, right? They didn't have anything to work with. So, assuming for the moment that was true, that was really the case. Genshin Impact came out while they were still very much so in their like early development phases, like development stages, when they were still figuring out like, okay, what do we want Enfield to be, what do we want it to look like, blah blah blah, like the absolute basic foundation blocks, right? Like they were still working on that most likely when Genshin came out. And so when Genshin did come out, they used Genshin as a huge influence to guide them on a direction that they wanted to go in themselves. My Genshin account is so fucking insane. Thank you, man. I take some pride in it. I worked really hard on it. Arknights came before Genshin, so it's undeniable it triggered an inspiration. Arknights came before Genshin, so it's undeniable. I'm not sure if I understand exactly what you're talking about there. Even my alloy has proper gear. To be fair, that gear set on my alloy is like several years old, so I'd have to go back and check if she actually has an updated gear set, if anyone even cares building her ass out anymore. Hey Seven, what's going on, man? Just hanging out with chat, yapping for a little bit. I actually should not be streaming right now because I need to go to sleep. I need to get up early later today. What, I put Genshin up there with FGO and like the history of gacha, as in like the most influential? I mean, it is the most influential. Genshin did what even FGO couldn't, which was make gacha games mainstream in the West. Like FGO historic in the history of gacha, FGO is still very important. Don't get me wrong. It was the top dog gacha, at least I'm pretty sure, up there with like what Grand Blue Fantasy maybe, for a long time. The thing that still holds FGO back is the fact that it never expanded overseas, because again, Japanese developer they didn't feel like putting in that kind of money and effort and money into, like, you know, making FGO like the dominant gacha even out here in the West. They never did that. So that left the door open for Hoyo to come along and be like, hey, if you're not going to do that, we will. And so they did. So Genshin isn't just up there with FGO, it's probably even higher than FGO, like in the totem pole of history, or in the totem pole of gacha history. Because again, Genshin was able to do what even FGO couldn't. Do you think Genshin ended the old school gacha system? I wouldn't say end, but it definitely made it outdated. Like, how often do you see gacha games come out these days that don't follow Hoyo's gacha model? Not a lot. I mean, there are still some, don't get me wrong, but most gacha games that come out these days, they follow Hoyo's model. They follow Hoyo's gacha model because they know it works. It's been working for 5 years, so might as well use it. Thing you don't like about Hoyo games is that limited units never go into standard banner with very little exception. Yeah, it's just an unfortunate characteristic of their gachas. When you pull unlimited banners, because you know you're gonna get featured out either with pity or luck. Yeah, so there's not a lot of surprises there. Yeah, exactly. It's an unfortunate, you know, side effect of their gachas. It's just something you gotta get used to. But in gachas like Blue Archive, you can still get surprised by different 3-star students. Perhaps so, but remember, in games like Blue Archive, the trade-off is that the rate-up chance is fucking dog shit. Because in Blue Archive, remember, the rate-up chance itself of getting like a rated-up character is only 23%. Like we Genshin or like Big 4 gacha players love to bitch about, you know, losing our coin flips and whatnot. Bruh, in games like Blue Archive, it's not even a coin flip, it's a quarter of a coin flip. Or half of a coin flip, rather. Like 23% rate up, take it or leave it. It's like you have to get lucky at that point. You have to get lucky to pull the rate up character. Like, what are we even doing here at this point? Tyre just here to say hi and good night, everyone. All right, take care, Seven. I was planning to go to sleep too, so you're not gonna miss out much. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. Or thanks for stopping by. Catch you next time. What you meant was Arknights came a year before Genshin. True. Even CZN has a 50-50. Yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah, exactly. Like, literally, CZN is Smilegate's attempt at making their own fucking Hoyo game. Like, everything about CZN from like an infrastructure point of view is like basically a straight up ripoff of a Hoyo game, right? Gacha, how the gacha works, monthly pass, battle pass, right? Hell, even the free monthly pulls you get that you get every month. It's like, bruh, Like, this is quite literally a straight up fucking Hoyo game if it were made by a Korean studio instead. As a gacha veteran, if you had the option to erase Genshin at a time, would I do that? No, I would not. Genshin is too important. It's too it is too essential to the timeline of gacha history. No, I wouldn't do that. To be fair, if it wasn't Genshin, I do believe that even if it wasn't Genshin that came around, came out to changed to alter the course of gacha history forever. I do think that there would have been another gacha game to have done something like that anyway, but we don't know that for sure. So for more peace in the gacha space without annoying people on Twitter, etc. The problem isn't that there's a lot of annoying people on Twitter. Chisa's husband. What you have to understand is that, at least from my perspective, a big part of the reason why we have so much conflict and strife and bad blood among gacha players, right, is because gacha games when they first got pop. Or hold up, let's back up a bit here. Before Genshin Impact came out, gacha games were very, very niche. Not a lot of people played them. Like, if you knew what gacha games were before 2020, you were like a pretty deep cut weeb. Right, we're talking levels of oh, you're such a weeb that you fucking read visual novels of fucking Japanese dictionary type shit. Or you're one of those people who read light novels. Who the fuck knows about light novels? Most weebs, most stereotypical weebs only watch anime, and maybe they read some manga, and that's it. But I digress. Before 2020, gacha games were relatively, I don't want to say unknown, but they definitely were under the radar. What Genshin Impact did was it made gacha games mainstream. The issue that posed, at least from my perspective, is that because it so suddenly thrust gacha games as a genre into the mainstream spotlight, especially out here in the West, a lot of people who got into Genshin didn't know that it was a fucking gacha game they were playing. I still remember back in 2020, I still remember to this day, right, thinking back to the first month or so of Genshin's launch, there were a ton of people who didn't know what gacha games were. And so when they played Genshin, they were like, oh, it's an MMO. They literally treated Genshin like it was an MMO when you weren't supposed to do that. It's not an MMO. It's a gacha game. But again, the problem was that people didn't know what gacha games were. As a content creator, I firmly believe that a huge part of the reason why the gacha community on Twitter or social media in general is the way it is now is because when Genshin Impact first came out, we didn't have any content creator out there who knew what gacha games were like, and so they could teach their viewers oh, this is what gacha games are. That's what I'm trying to do. Because I see myself, whether you think I'm trying to flex here or not, I see myself as one of the only, if not the only, Western content creator who knows enough about gacha games to be able to tell people, oh, hey, this is how things are like for gacha games, because I've been playing them for so long. I play so goddamn many of them. But when Genshin Impact first came out, there was no one. There were no gacha content creators who were there to guide people, to teach people what gacha games were like. There was nobody. All the content creators who became big with Genshin was their first gacha game too. They were just as clueless about gacha games as much as their viewers were. So in my eyes, the problem isn't the fact that there's a lot of debate and argument over gacha games, right? That's not the problem, because you're always going to have that anyway, right? Even in other gaming communities online, right, or just other communities in general, doesn't even have to be, you know, gaming related, right? Even in other well-established communities, you're always gonna find people arguing with each other, right, bickering over some stupid fucking bullshit, right? You're never gonna get rid of that. It's the internet after all, right? People are always gonna find some weird shit or some dumb shit to, you know, talk trash over. It's always gonna happen. You can't stop that. But at least in these other communities, right, typically you'll have a lot, they typically have like these like they have a network of content creators who've been doing their thing for like a long time. So when something does happen, they can be they're out here like telling their people like, oh, actually this is what we think of it and blah blah blah. And because those content creators have been in their space for a long time, their opinions and their arguments about stuff are usually, you know, well respected and taken seriously and blah blah blah, right? An example I can give you here in that sense, just to illustrate the point a bit more or a bit better, is like I don't know if you guys follow fighting games at all. I kind of do, at least, you know, it just just casually. Well, I'd say casually, but you know, I like watching competitive fighting games, right? I like watching competitive Street Fighter, for example. It's my favorite fighting game to watch. Recently, like a month or two ago, on Twitter, there was this one tweet that went viral, and it was basically someone saying that, oh, like, you know, Street Fighter 6, the most recent Street Fighter game, it's like, oh, like the game is so easy that you can see all these younger players come up and beat the older players, beat the older veterans. You would never see anything like that in like an older Street Fighter game, like an older fighting game, like Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, right? And when that tweet went viral, right, when a lot of people started seeing that tweet, a lot of content creators out there started making their own videos or their own tweets, like counteracting that narrative, being like, "What? Hold up! Like, no, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about." Because that's literally how it's been for the entire time that fighting games have been a thing. Like younger players have always been able to fucking, you know, beat older dudes, like older veterans who've been playing for way longer than them. It's just that in Street Fighter 6, there's a lot more opportunities for younger players to, you know, rise up and show the rest of the world what they got, right? With all the tournaments going on and stuff like that. Sure, maybe the mechanics of the game itself also lend themselves better to, like, you know, younger players and stuff like that. But to say that, you know, oh, you would never see younger players beating older players in older fighting games, hell no. There are plenty of examples of people of like kids and younger players in like the older fighting games kicking ass and taking names. So that dude who made that viral tweet is just straight up wrong. But in the FGC, they had creators who were able to make content counteracting that narrative. The point I'm trying to make here is that the gacha community does not have those content creators, because most, if not all, the big content creators that make content on gacha these days, almost every single one of them do not have that sort of pedigree. They don't have that resume. They don't have that knowledge about gacha games, because all they've ever known is playing fucking Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail, and or Wuthering Waves. That's it. And unfortunately, that's kind of how it is for the vast majority of at least Western gacha players too. Lots of gacha players out here in the West, they've only ever played like the big four, and that's it. A lot of people still to this day don't even realize what gacha games are, and yet they still play games like Genshin or Zenless or some shit like that, not knowing that the games that these games they're playing, they're called gacha games. So again, just to answer your question, it's not. I don't see like the all the arguments that people have about gacha games online to be a problem in and of itself, because we are always going to have that anyway. The bigger problem is having content creators and community leaders who can be there to, you know, use their expertise and use their experience with gacha games to show people like what gacha games are really like, right? To set the to put people on the right path when it comes to gacha games and like when it comes to like how to see them properly. But again, the problem is that we didn't have anybody like that in the beginning when it was the most important time to do so. Now, 5 years later, we are seeing the results of what happens when no one is there to put people on the right path. Now, we got all these fucking rats running around trying to spread their own fucking propaganda. Even the people who don't do that, even the content creators who don't do that, don't want to talk about anything they don't want to talk about anything too controversial when it comes to gacha games because they don't know how people are going to react to that. Like either their own viewers or like, you know, the rats, for example. Like the gacha community is in an environment where anyone can say anything and people will just fucking believe them. All because, oh, they sound cool. Or, you know, the fucking clown says something that I like. You know? Oh, he's my streamer. Oh, what's that? The Saint Tontus hates Hoyos just as much as I do? Oh my god, he's a goated streamer. You know, fucking dog shit like that. So no, I wouldn't delete Genshin Impact just because of that. Genshin is the WoW gacha. Yes, sir. We've said that. I've established that before. Yes. Remember all the times when people tried calling like these up and coming big Chinese gacha games like the Genshin Killer. I mean, the clown himself has tried saying that a couple times. Genshin Killer this, Genshin Killer that. You can travel to another planet after a Teyvat storyline. Teyvat storyline is over. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. They could take Genshin story in literally any direction after the first arc is done. We'll see. You can make some nice YouTube shorts with all the facts I'm spitting right now. I could, yeah, maybe. I definitely could. Maybe I could look into that. Maybe I'll have my editor look into the stream and see if he can pop out some shorts. Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to see if my editor knows how to make shorts or not. Hopefully he does. If he does, then I'll try to see if I can get something done. Lots of Western gacha CCs always want new gacha games. Don't have gacha. Gacha CCs want gachas to become MMOs or classic RPGs. Yeah, because that's what they're familiar with. Exactly. Like, look at MTash. Look at Styx. Those two came from MMOs, didn't they? It also kind of helps that, I guess depending on your perspective, it also kind of helps that gachas, the most similar genre to gachas are actually MMOs. Like, MMOs and gacha games actually have shockingly quite a few things like that they share, like that are very similar to each other. I mean, it shouldn't be that much a surprise that that, because you remember when I said earlier that back when Genshin first came out, right? A lot of people who were playing Genshin back then, like, legit thought it was an MMO, right? It makes perfect sense if you think of it that way. And gacha games are very similar to MMOs. Like, they're the two most similar. Like, if there were any other genre that was most similar to gacha games, it would be MMOs, basically. So yeah, if you get the vibe that like a lot of Western gacha CCs want gacha games to become MMOs, then you're actually not too far off the mark with that one. You heard WoW got talked shit on too compared to MMO that came out after. Yeah, exactly. It's the WoW effect, because WoW is the big boy in town. They're the biggest MMO. They got the ones with the target on their backs. So yeah. Like all throughout the 2010s, people like all these different MMO studios tried coming out with like MMOs, like their own MMOs to topple World of Warcraft, but they never did, because WoW is just too big. WoW killer this, WoW killer that. Now we got Genshin killer this, Genshin killer that. Am I passionate about FPS as much as gacha games? I wish I could be. I simply just don't have the time to play as FPSs anymore. I wish I could be playing Battlefield 6 and Call of Duty Black Ops 7 right now, because I love arcade shooters. I just don't have the time for it right now. Not with my side job. One second, I'll go grab a drink. Yeah, Omni Stuff, welcome back. I just spent like the past like hour or so just yapping with the YouTube chat. It's like 4:10 here. Oh yeah, you should probably get some sleep. But yeah, good night, man. Take care. I should probably get off stream pretty soon here myself here too. Yapping's a good way to stay awake. Actually, yes. Anytime I get sleepy, if somebody gives me something to yap about, then yeah, I immediately wake the fuck back up. Most of the time, anyway. But that means I've completely forgotten what I was doing in CZN though.
艦長信じてるよ失敗したらどう一番の苦痛を艦長私の不運は鋭い闇をかき集めて
お待ちください艦長これは
落ち着いてコアルスキー卿これで撃ちましょうこのベロニカには夢があるんです撃ちますいい香りでしょ盛り上がっていますオーバー失敗したらどうしよう苦しみは深まる闇の力で撃ちます
I do like that card that Veronica has where she can shoot twice in a row. I gotta somehow build Veronica with that kind of deck. Oh, excuse me. I don't think you want to delete memories, right? what that's for. Do an impromptu how to meme video like I did for FGO way back when. I'm thinking of doing one for Genshin. Problem is that I don't have an F or a Flynn, so I'm gonna have to just find random ass bullshit gameplay for those guys. Run's done. Oh yeah, I'm aware. I don't think my team's strong enough to finish a complete run, unfortunately. Deleting memory will save the will cancel the save data buffs inside the chaos runs. As a veteran gacha player, what's my opinion on Hoyo's gacha model? Win 50 with 50-50 base rates, blah blah blah. While I do have my problems with it, what I will say is that it's a very consistent feeling model. Overall, I think it's probably not a bad gacha model to have as like standard, I guess. Like to have it standardized among a lot of gacha games moving forward, mainly because of its consistent feel. Low ass base rates, right? As bad as they are, make it so that you know, you gotta expect to have to go all the way to soft pity or some shit. And I'm not trying to say I'm defending that. I wish it weren't like that. I wish that the base rates to get like a 5-star character were higher, like at least like fucking 2% or something. That would be nice. But as it stands, 0.6% means that you can't reasonably expect to get an early 5-star all the time. Your ass is headed to soft pity more often than not. I think the best feature of the Hoyo gacha model is the fact that they do allow you to carry your pity over to next banner. Like and the game remembers like, oh, you built up this much pity, and so you know that means that you're one multi away from next 5-star, and that shit carries over in between banners, at least most of the time. I know there's like one exception. That's probably like what, Genshin's fucking weapon banner pity or some shit, but that's an anomaly, so we don't even I don't know if I want to even count that. But overall, I think it's overall a net positive, much like you know, just Genshin in general, because of that consistent feel, and the fact that it comes with the perks of keeping your keeping your pity going into a new banner. So you can work around with it, right? You can work with it for sure. Again, it's not perfect, it's not without its problems, but there's a reason why everyone copies it. Gem packs and shop too. I've always thought that gem packs just cost way too fucking much, even before Hoyo, to be honest with you. I think that, you know, anything over $50 for gem packs is fucking highway robbery. So like $100, $100 packs that, you know, Hoyo and Kuro sell, like holy fuck, dude. Like obviously I don't like that myself, but you know, what can I do? People are willing to pay that much. Try moderate difficulty on nightmare mode, might yield better results. People told me, somebody told me in YouTube chat that it's not really worth Where's the event? It's not really worth playing on the lower difficulties apparently. Because yeah, I'm on difficulty 4. I was like maybe contemplating going like dropping down to like 3, difficulty 3. But somebody in my YouTube chat was like, nah, it's not worth going down to 3. Just pick the highest difficulty that you can. So I was like, oh, okay. Especially compared to how gacha models were before that, like the monetization part. For older gacha games, they were definitely all over the place. Some gacha games barely had any monetization, like FGO. Others actually did have quite a bit of it. So for older gacha, like gacha monetization models, those definitely worked off of a like an individual basis. Whereas gacha games these days, because a lot of them work off the Hoyo gacha model instead, you can kind of expect different things from them, or you can kind of expect mostly the same shit from them. Best gacha monetization model is Azure Line. Actually, yes. Now that you mention it. Wild to think that all FGO got you for cash is more AP and more pulls. Yep, for better or for worse. Oh god, I only have 5 more days left on the battle pass to get everything else. I'm not even sure if I can hit battle pass level 70. But I should be able to hit at least 50. Keyword should. Lower the level, lower save data. Therefore, I think it's better to go higher until you hit level 8. Over 8 can be kind of difficult. I see. Okay. Though I will have to deal with the trauma shit, because obviously my teams are not going to survive going in there. So how often do these counseling things refresh again? Hopefully they refresh once every day or something. Or better yet, I get all 3 files back every day. It's comfier though. Nightmare mode gives good stuff as well. Maybe I will try. Maybe I will try dropping the difficulty down by 1. See how I like it, and I'll go with. I'll work with it from there, or I'll work with it to see what I get. Excuse me. They restore the full amount on daily reset. Okay, that's good. Hoyo model seems to make money because even Enfield changed their gacha model. It's not like original Arknights you heard. I mean, yeah. Like I said before, the Hoyo gacha model works. It makes money. That's why everyone copies it. Like, whether you like it or not. Can't deny that it's made Genshin a shit ton of money. So yeah, of course other gacha developers are going to fucking copy that shit. You saw Seiyun Sky's meta, is it true? Yeah, I saw the same thing too. I don't know why. I'm not the right person to ask about Uma Musume meta, to be fair, but if they say she's meta, then she must be. Psych just got phased out of endgame mode. Now you can do weekly bosses for it in DNA. Nice. Can't wait to see you play DNA more. Yeah, I'm hoping that I can actually hop on DNA and actually play it. With any luck, I might be able to play it tomorrow. Because I do plan on hopping on stream earlier because tomorrow's Thanksgiving for us Americans. So I expect to get up earlier and come back home earlier from work as well. Did Psyche make a CZN video? I believe he did, yes. I think his general outlook on CZN was something like, yeah, he's fine with it. He's okay with it. Hopefully work doesn't kick your ass tomorrow. Yeah, I hope not too. Hopefully tomorrow's more chill. Might be, might not be. We'll find out.
Ah, 私に近づかない方がいいよ。良くない運が移るかもしれないから。
Saw another video about DNA from a gacha player who also played Warframe. Didn't like it though because the game didn't differentiate itself enough from Warframe. I guess from his perspective, yeah, that's I guess that's understandable. Yeah. Double unsheathed dagger, really? Dude, might Tressa have a build like that? Save data.
良くない運が移るかもしれないから。
Where did I have a double unsheathed dagger? Oh damn, right here. Huh, I didn't even realize. Yeah, I have no idea how I even fucking built this deck. Double fucking unsheathed dagger? How the hell did that happen? Psyche was trash in his DNA video, and in fact, it was just a psychological perspective from a gacha player. DNA comment section, and his video is hilarious. People just don't understand his POV. Talk shit. Basically, say if you want to take a gacha from a game, take out all the aspects of gacha, make it a classic RPG. People are trashing him, not understanding his point. Only thing missing is good equipment, but it's a strong deck. Really? Okay. Then maybe I'll equip this for now. Yeah, unfortunately she didn't really get shit for equipment, or she didn't get shit for actual equipment, because I guess gear is technically something different. I guess I can give her that deck then. Let's see where we can go with that. Comments come from rat tubers reacting to the video negatively in the same way. Yeah, I mean that's the perfect reason why the rats don't belong in this space. Just because one dude decides to look at things a bit differently, you know. Oh, that means that everyone can fucking jump his ass and be like, oh, you're a fucking retard. Like, granted, I did listen to Psyche's video. I'll probably have to watch it over again at some point, just to confirm, just to reaffirm some of the thoughts I have about his video. But, like, to be fair, the way he words some things, or the way he articulates his arguments, does not lend themselves very well to what he's trying to say. Like, his whole point that, you know, like, if you want to take a gacha out of a game, you gotta take out all the aspects of a gacha game and just make it like a normal ass RPG and stuff like that. But it's like, I don't know. I feel like he either doesn't articulate it very well, articulate his arguments in that video very well, or I think here's one thing that I think I remember having a problem with this video. It's like, it's great that you don't want you want to see a game like DNA, like, just get rid of all the aspects of its gacha nature, right? The problem is that it originally started as a gacha, right? So I don't know how realistically you can expect Pan Studio to get rid of, like, all their gacha aspects. Like, I feel like that's a bit of a stretch, you know? Like, there were definitely points in his video that weren't very strong. I'll say that much. Or even when I was listening, when I was listening to it, it even got me to, like, kind of raise my eyebrows, like, dude, like, am I understanding it right? So, yeah. But yeah, for sure, like, Psyche did have some weird takes, and like some of the stuff he said was kind of weirdly worded. But yeah, it definitely didn't warrant the fucking response. Yeah. the fucking rat pack coming along like the rats in like Dishonored or some shit. Fucking chewing his ass up. Hey, Eric Carver, welcome back. Long time no see. Didn't realize you played CZN. Yep, I played it since day one. Unfortunately, I haven't really been able to like grind it, sit down and grind it. I've been trying to do the last couple of days. Slowly but surely getting there. Very obvious. The whole gacha list, the no gacha shift was very last minute. Yeah, exactly. It was a fucking marketing ploy. It was a marketing stunt. Very obvious from the start. They didn't manage to set everything else up. Yeah, exactly. They just simply didn't have the time. Yeah, hopefully mid-piece fan, I'll be able to get my own response video to Psyche's DNA review out at some point. But it might take me a while. My next video won't come out until like at least like Friday or some shit, so that's gonna take some time. But yeah. Anyways. Glad with how the game turned out so far. Yeah, glad you do. If DNA does well, then maybe we might actually see a trend of, like, you know, no gacha games. The gacha likes, as I call them. Would be fire. Could even do it on stream, like a live react. Maybe. But yeah, I'll think about it. Anyways, chat, I'm gonna have to get out of here. Sorry, late, and I said I would go to sleep sooner today. So yeah. Oh, excuse me. I'll try to stream again later today after I'm back from my shift. Again, later today's Thanksgiving for us Americans here, so I should be able to get off work sooner, because all the places I usually deliver from will obviously be closed early. But yeah. Anyways, chat. What are my thoughts on TOF going full MMO? I mean, it's cool. Probably has a lot to do with DNA going no gacha and shit like that. At least it's if nothing else, it's nice to see that Hotta Studio is they're not completely giving up on TOF, right? They still care about TOF, at least to some degree. Even as they're, I'm sure they're focusing on gearing up for NT's launch either, next year or so. But yeah, it's nice to know that, they're still keeping TOF under wraps, or they're still taking care of it for now anyway. Even if I myself probably won't bother playing the game, the TOF MMO server. I mean, it's nice that they're still looking after it. So. But yeah, hopefully that the answer was good enough. Anyways, chat, I will catch you guys all next time. I will find somebody to send you guys over to as I go to sleep. Let's see, Miss Sweetly streaming. I already rated her yesterday though. Then again, it's either between her and Genocide. Let's see, I'll send you guys over to Genocide then. Anyways, take care, everybody. Go tell Genocide I said what's up. And yeah, catch you guys all later today. So, peace.